redevelopment. So those general terms that I just described were just that. They were very general. Certainly when you're getting into the issue, you can anticipate a lot of details that had to be worked out to figure exactly how folks would transition, how they would elect to what of the three housing choices they preferred. And that was a condition of the conditional zoning agreement, was to execute an affordable housing agreement that you all would have approved prior to getting that building permit. That was one of those issues. Those conversations stalled back in late 2019. We really weren't getting anything from the owners that would suggest they were moving forward on the development of that affordable housing agreement. So that was never executed. Also, there lacked a traffic study that was required, and there was still some platting that needed to be done as well. So they still had several steps they had to go before they could have pulled that building permit. I think we all know now, and it's a disappointing realization, but the realization is the project's not moving forward. And since 2019, we've seen a great reduction in the number of households actually living in the Forest View neighborhood. We estimated at the time of the conditional zoning agreement there were maybe 90 to 100 units. Last estimate that I had received from the tenants out there now is that it's probably between 50 and 60 right now. So a very sharp decline in the number of units out there. We've seen, I'd say, accelerated deterioration of the area. I think everybody anticipated that this redevelopment project would happen. The owners were investing a lot of money into plans. So everybody felt this was going to move forward. As such, the upkeep of the common areas of the private infrastructure have not occurred. And of course, from a resident standpoint, you're going to be hesitant to put money into your home knowing that it could be a very short term, specifically a matter of months, type of a living arrangement. So we've seen kind of that dual disinvestment. Nobody's investing in those individual units. The owners aren't investing in the park, and as a result, you're seeing accelerated deterioration there. There's been some generous community partners to step up and try to help winterize units the last two seasons. The city has sponsored those efforts financially. In 2020, it was the Iowa City Federation of Labor and the Center for Worker Justice, and then this year we're working with Habitat for Humanity on this past winter. Clearly, that's not a sustainable solution. You know, that's a true Band-Aid approach, and we can't continue to do that. Frankly, a lot of the units out there are well beyond that kind of temporary solution. So there's a couple of, we wanted to make sure you were aware of some history that the city's had with relocation efforts. We don't have a whole lot of history, but we do have some recent history that could give you a kind of some guideposts, if you will. In 2016, there was sudden displacement in what was known as the Rose Oaks housing development. That's now known as the Quarters. And after a lot of council consideration, the city council at the time authorized one-time payments of $250 to each household that had a valid lease at the time of that displacement. Total in city investment was around $34,000, and then in addition, we also funded some translation services and contracted with Shelter House for some case management. A couple of years later, during a rezoning on Prairie du Chien Road, we had the Hawkeye Trailer Court relocation, and as part of that rezoning, the city council stipulated that there'd be a $4,000 relocation payment for those residents that were living in that mobile home park, and that cost was split between the developer and the city at $2,000 each for a total of $4,000, and then there was also some case management assistance that the city paid for, and it was provided by the Shelter House. So those are the two recent examples where the city directly got involved. Another one that is detailed in the memo is the federal relocation, the Federal Uniform Relocation Act, often referred to as the URA. That provides a methodology for relocation that I think is important for you to understand. It would apply if there were federal dollars, if it was a federal project that was causing the displacement, or if the city received federal dollars and we're doing something that caused the displacement. This is the law that would govern that situation. That is not the case here. We are looking at a strictly voluntary situation. The city does not have a legal requirement to step in with relocation here. But nonetheless, we can look at the URA as a potential model to use. That's detailed in the memo if you want to see kind of specifics on how that works. But the basic logic is you take what the current rents are, you look at what a comparable unit would be, or whatever leased unit that the resident has secured. You take that gap, you multiply that by 42 months, and that's the assistance, except that the assistance is capped at $7,200. So that's the max assistance that you would get under the federal URA. And that number should sound familiar because that was the number that was contained in the conditional zoning agreement for those homes that may potentially move off-site. Again, so that conditional zoning agreement said if you're going to seek housing outside of the Forest View area, your assistance will be $7,200, borrowed directly from this federal legislation. Again, you have the flexibility, if you choose to move forward with the relocation program, to craft things any number of ways. Depending on how you do that, we may have to look at different funding sources or modify things a little bit, but because this is voluntary, you do have the ability to be creative in how you pursue this. So some key issues that you all will have to discuss, and staff is here to kind of help you walk through that. Number one is the amount of assistance. What is going to be a meaningful amount of assistance that will truly help residents move into safer housing? The funding source that we're going to use. We certainly would like to maximize use of the American Rescue Plan Act dollars that we've received. And depending on the program parameters that you set, we may have to find supplemental sources if needed. Eligibility is a big question. Who's eligible for this? Is it everybody living there now? Is it folks that were living there back in 2019? How big is that pool of eligible residents is something we'll have to discuss. The relocation time frame. How long will you provide for someone to relocate? Currently, right now, the owners would have the ability to close the park in 60 days. And that assumes that there are no leases. As far as we know, they're all month-to-month leases, or there may not be actually written leases at all. So that would be a 60-day time frame. The federal URA provides a 90-day time frame. So we'll have to discuss, do you want to look at that URA standard, or you'll see staff's recommendation is that more time is needed than 90 days to give people a better opportunity to explore all options. And then finally, we want to talk about any future affordable housing that may occur. Obviously, we do hope that at some point development is realized on this site, and we know the expectation will be that there will be significant affordable housing when that development comes forward. And we want to talk about what right, if any, residents currently in Forest View might have to some of those housing opportunities in the future. Okay, so I'm going to walk you through staff's relocation proposal. I know it's a bit of a broken record, but please refer to the memo for some of the details. The summary points are right here. Staff is proposing that the eligibility date back to September 1 of 2021, so last fall. September is the month in which we presented our ARPA recommendations to you, and at which time the concept of Forest View relocation was floated. We do believe that the least intrusive path forward and the most effective path forward is for, excuse me, income verification, and the dollar amount in the American Rescue Plan Act is $40,626. So if a household made more than that amount, they would not be eligible unless they may be eligible for other federal assistance programs. So there's a whole list of federal assistance programs, whether it's food support, insurance support, things like that, that someone may be eligible for. Even if they're not enrolled in that program, we can check to see if they're eligible despite having a higher income, and that could still make them eligible for this relocation program. We believe, actually encouraged by the Treasury, is a self-certification of income. So we think we can develop a very simple process for residents to self-certify their income. And we will have to prove residency, but we would look to do that in a simple, straightforward manner. The staff, we are proposing relocation assistance, including a moving allowance of $15,750. We utilized the Federal Uniform Relocation Act methodology, but we essentially lifted that cap. That cap of $7,200 we didn't feel was realistic to use in this situation where you have probably some of the lowest rents in Iowa City. It's our understanding that the lot rents remain at $310. That is very low compared to what other housing opportunities would provide in our market. So we felt like we needed to bump that up. And you can see we've almost doubled what that cap is, and our recommendation is $15,750. You can see the calculation actually in the memo. Based on some feedback from the tenants, we would think it's reasonable to provide some of that money up front, so that could be used for any number of things. Could be security deposits, could be first month rent, anything, moving expenses that may need to be paid before actual move out date. And then the balance, or 75%, would be paid upon move out. And we are looking or recommending to you a December 9th move out deadline for this, really looking ahead to that winter and trying to get as many people out by December 9th as possible. Again, it's important that I just reiterate this a couple of times. The city cannot force anybody to move. The owner certainly could at some point, but the city does not have standing to force somebody. So this would be a voluntary program. And there is clearly a risk that even if we looked at this December 9th move out deadline, that the owner could choose to close the park earlier. I don't anticipate that would be the issue, but we have to know that scenario could be out there. Certainly, we know that there's a lot of troubles with private infrastructure. You could have a major infrastructure failure out there that would perhaps move folks in that direction. So that's a summary of the staff relocation proposal. Obviously, there's a lot of details that need to be discussed with this, but hopefully that gives you good indication of where staff is. Regarding the future affordable housing on site, we are trying to do everything we can as staff to ensure that whatever comes of Forest View in the future, and that's likely with a new ownership group, but we don't know that for sure, includes significant affordable housing. We don't want to lose sight that was a kind of key cornerstone of the redevelopment proposal. A lot of the density that was approved back in 2019 was done so because the city knew that we were also getting significant investment in affordable housing. So we want to work with the current owner or future owners on making sure that affordable housing commitment is honored in whatever proposals come forward. There's kind of two different scenarios we're going down. One might be a land dedication from the current owners. If we can get the current owners to dedicate the land that was going to be the new Forest View neighborhood, then the city could control that, could control the future of that. We would have the ability to develop affordable housing in a way that we thought was most effective and most beneficial for the community. Obviously, we cannot compel the owners to do that, but they are open to those discussions, and I fully expect that we'll continue to discuss that option with them. If they decide that the best thing for them is to sell to a new owner, then we would lean on that 2019 conditional zoning agreement and talk with any new owners and say, this is an expectation of the community. We realize that the market has changed and this exact proposal is not viable in this day and age, but with whatever you put forward, we expect a similar affordable housing commitment will be reflected in that future proposal. And I think we would certainly do our best to realize that with whatever ownership group came forward on this property in the future. I do have reservations of making commitments to the Forest View residents about their ability to transition into that future affordable housing if and when it happens. One is because I think it's really important that the residents make their housing decisions now without that potential out there. I'd hate for them to make decisions thinking, again, that there could be a housing option for me in another year or 2 or 3 at this site. Frankly, they've been given a lot of hope over the last 5 or 6 years, and it hasn't materialized. And that's, I'm not pointing fingers or anything like that. These issues are developments like this are incredibly complex, and it's not uncommon that very complex projects don't move forward. But the reality is they've had a lot of hope. And I don't feel like we have the ability today here to extend that hope. I do think the council can say when that time comes, when we know what that affordable housing situation looks like and we know what funding sources might be there, we know whether we own it or we don't, that we can explore that opportunity. But I think you need to be really careful about making guarantees or promises on first right of refusal. You could end up making achievement of that affordable housing a lot more difficult because it could eliminate some funding sources or otherwise constrain different options that otherwise might be beneficial for the community. So to wrap up, this is one of those examples where just because something is approved, a rezoning is approved by council, the project doesn't always move forward. And as I just said, oftentimes the more complex the project is, the tougher it is to actually get the financing and move things forward. And unfortunately, that's led to a disappointing situation here where a vision that was unanimously supported by a council, was largely supported by the community, the tenants, and the owner, just wasn't able to get to the finish line. The existing CZA, I can anticipate folks just saying, well, you've got the CZA, just use that. Just kind of force anybody into that development proposal. The reality is that is not likely viable. That had a lot of commercial space. It had hospitality space. And the markets have changed drastically. If you were to take a hard line and just say, that CZA is it, and that's what we're going to lean on for the foreseeable future, you just have to realize you're not going to see development, and that park will eventually close, and that will sit vacant. And there's challenges that provides, not only with the current residents, but as you know, a major component of this project was flood resiliency for Iowa City and getting that secondary access from the peninsula neighborhood. So I think there is an interest for the city to want to see development move forward there. But we're going to have to expect it's going to be a few years. Just as this Forest View project started in 2015 and didn't get the last rezoning it needed to 2019, you could see another project come forward that takes an equal amount of time to get through. Hopefully not, but we have to expect that that's a possibility. So in the memo, I left you with a couple of concluding questions there. These are guidelines for you. I think this is some of the things that staff identified that would be really helpful for you to talk about. You don't have to follow these questions. You can carry your discussions how you best see fit, but maybe refer to those to make sure we're covering these areas. Anything you decide to do will be memorialized in a formal resolution at a later date. So certainly any guidance you can give today is helpful, but understand you're not making any final decisions today. That vote will come down the road. And if you need multiple work sessions, you can certainly schedule those. This is a tough issue to tackle in one night. So with that, I'm going to take my seat. I can still answer questions, but I'll turn the discussion over to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Jeff, for taking us through a lot of information right now. And I do want to welcome everyone that is here present and that's present in this building today. Council, I just open it up to us to just kind of engage in conversation. And I will also just reiterate, we certainly can go anywhere with the discussion, but I think some of the key things that we can start to discuss is the amount of assistance, the funding source, the eligibility, time frame to move, as well as the future affordability on this property, or the future housing, affordable housing on this property.
If I can just leap in. If I can just leap in, I think that in many ways, discussing eligibility is a good first move, because then that leads kind of into then us being able to talk about sort of the amounts. I'm open to other suggestions, but it seems, at least in that kind of sequence, there's a certain logic to it. And I guess with that also, I'll just put my first foot forward and say that pretty simply, I honestly believe that while the city is grappling with a lot of different parts to this and money as well, I ultimately think that we need to honor the original agreement that was entered into in 2019 in terms of the original tenants who entered into and fostered this agreement.
I will get to my opinion on some of those questions that you posed in our memo, but I had a few things that I wanted to say. I have to admit, since I've been there since day one, it's been very disheartening for me to see that the residents of Forest View have had to live through yet another winter in that mobile home court. And I want to thank the Carpenters Union, the Teamsters, Habitat for Humanity, and the many others for their efforts to provide some of the needed repairs. But these, as we know, were only temporary fixes and not really viable long-term solutions. I also want to say that, and for those of you out there who are listening in, I admire each and every one of these residents and their families for the strength and courage that they have shown through this very long process. I can't believe that it's taken this many years, and we're still back to square one, basically. On page 7 of the memorandum in our packet, it's stated that there is no legal obligation to pursue a relocation package. However, in staff's view, such action is prudent. And if by prudent you mean wise and sensible, I agree. We need to treat this as a matter of extreme urgency. These individuals should not have to continue to wait for what was promised to them. They should not have to worry about the possibility of going through yet another winter in their current homes or their infrastructure collapsing. We as a city need to show some integrity and do what we can to help fulfill what was promised to these individuals. They need financial help for whatever it would take to relocate to a safe and affordable home, and they should not have to jump through a number of hoops to receive it. The question of eligibility has come up about those persons who moved from the court after the CZA was signed and before the September of last year date. My belief is that they should still qualify to receive at least some compensation for having to have had to leave their home. For all we know, their homes were just not livable, and they had to leave as soon as possible. They should not be penalized for that. We just need to do the right thing as a city for each and every person that has been struggling through this. That's all.
I guess I just have a preliminary contextual kind of framing comment, which is regardless of where this conversation goes tonight, because there are so many interdependent and complicated issues in my mind, I just want to acknowledge and celebrate the fact that we're here talking about a collaboration between the city, led by our staff, and those tenants, those residents who have worked so hard and so long, and who came with a joint application with the property developer when, at the time that the conditional zoning agreement was entered. So wherever we land tonight, I think we should acknowledge and celebrate the fact that we're talking about significant investment from the city to honor something that was not our responsibility, to do right by those who worked so hard to try and have a path forward for affordable housing when their houses were deteriorating. So again, I'm not going to take a position on a particular thing at this stage. I want to kind of hear how the conversation goes, but I do just want to make sure we're framing it that way, as I know we're going to nitpick a million things going forward.
Also wanted to acknowledge, alongside with you, about the tenant association and the city, how collaboratively the tenant association expressed that they've been working with the city. Yesterday, Councilor Taylor and Councilor Hermson and I, was it yesterday? Sunday, okay. Sunday we were over at Forest View, and we actually had the opportunity to walk through the neighborhood, as well as talk to some of the tenants that were present. And they gave the city an award, which we accepted on behalf of the city. And what they really said was, thank you for listening and working with us. And I think that's a great testament to the collaborative efforts that the Tenant Association has been having. And so as for me, since I am talking now, I'll tell you that it is humbling, to walk and see the need to be in a more livable environment. But it was also great to see the hope that was expressed by everyone there. The community spirit was very evident in so many ways, even through the good food that was present and all that good stuff. But as I think back to this, and I was a new counselor here in 2018 when this came before me, and it was all new, but I remember the council room being filled with residents, and they came and they made their case to us. And just like Councilor Burgess just mentioned, they were successful in being co-signers with the developers. And that was such a great feeling and so much excitement, but that soon, has kind of been dim. 57 new mobile home, modular homes is what was expected. Everyone was excited to have the opportunity to lease to own the properties, and that now is definitely faded away. I do need to reiterate that the city don't have a legal obligation. But I also want to iterate that I personally feel, and I can tell you that my colleagues do as well, feel morally that we do care for each other and we want to have a discussion. And we may not always see eye to eye and agree to things 100%, but I believe that we can, as a council and as residents, find a way to move forward in unity. And so as I am, thinking about this, I'll tell you that I do have some thoughts and some position statements that I think I'm comfortable kind of sharing at this point. Eligibility, I think, is, a good starting point. Who is eligible? I don't know, at least for me, that we need to get into how much money individuals make out there personally. And so for me, I think we take that off the table personally. If someone was out there, I'm okay with September 1st, last fall, for various reasons. And someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding was the relocation plan, when it was 7,200, at the time that the agreement was created, it was for anyone that had it to move once the plans move forward. I don't recall it having been for past attendees or residents of the community. So as a baseline, there's still room for negotiation and conversation. I'm comfortable with the September 1st. That's when we started to have the discussions of our, with our ARPA funds and that type stuff. As far as time frame to move, I think that can certainly be a moving target. We don't know where the developer is as far as a time frame. I don't know that the tenant association has officially heard when the park will close. So I think that can certainly be a moving target. What I do know is, the need to move for many is very vital. So if I don't focus in on the time frame, I think focusing on the amount of assistance and when it's available becomes more important than the time frame. And so as a baseline, the $15,000, $750,000 is what the city staff has laid out for council to consider, and it's not a final place, but I saw how it was all laid out as to how they came up with that figure. The 7,200 was the original amount with the relocation plan, and so the 15,750 I am comfortable with. The funding source, I certainly think that we have the opportunity to use ARPA funds, and I would support that. When it does come down to the future of the affordable housing on the property, I think there are so many factors that go into what's going to happen. Will the developer actually give the property to the city? Will the developer keep it himself or keep it themselves? Will they sell it off? It does have that affordability, catch on it. And so, I think that's where the council does have some latitude when a project comes before us, where that affordable piece is certainly there. I think the part about ensuring that the current residents of Forest View neighborhood have first op. As much as I would love that idea and love to make that stipulation, I sit here with the reality that the tenants have been so courageous and all of their efforts to date that I don't want to be in a position where, because we don't know when this will be here. There could be a totally new council when this project comes up. And so I don't want to set up the hopes to a degree where it is totally dim. So for me, I think the future of the affordable housing, who will be there, I'm not comfortable at this point saying that it would be for the Forest View residents as first right to refusal. But with that being said, I do think that the affordable rates are going to be very important, and whichever council is here during that time will have to really key in and be zoned in to really respect all the hard work that the Forest View Tenant Association has laid, the foundation that they laid. I think it's going to be a great opportunity for this council to have a standing ground from the start. And so, even though right now in this moment I am not supporting that, I do believe that the hard work of the tenant association gives the council a good baseline moving forward with whatever project comes before us. So for me, I know that this isn't us voting on anything, but I wanted to get out my thoughts so that my fellow councilors can hear. I do see some of our Forest View Tenant Association members here. And again, I so appreciate all that you all have done and will continue to do.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll go ahead and somebody wants to jump in first. First of all, I wanted to say thank you and echo some of the things that the council member Taylor has said, and Alter and Burgess and Mayor Teague about thanking the people that have worked so hard for so long to try and make Iowa City a better place, you know, in general, as well as for the residents of Forest View, members of the community, member of the Forest View, the previous and current council members and city staff all have worked well. It is nice to be in a position where we are here fine-tuning how we're going to help people and not arguing whether or not we should be doing that. We've answered that question. I've lived in a lot of places and covered a lot of city councils, and I would be willing to say that it would be a very different discussion in a lot of places I've lived before. Kind of going through and kind of running through the list, I think I'll just kind of follow the mayor's lead. I agree, taking the income off the table, it makes sense. I think when we talk about who qualifies, figuring out a way not to go through all of those steps. If we can streamline it, it'll make it, you know, hopefully simpler for city staff, but also, you know, let's face it, if you're raising a family and your household income is $41,000, you're not rolling in it, you know, and to kind of split those hairs just seems kind of cruel to me. So I agree with that. I actually think we can cover back further. I kind of agree with Councilman Taylor, and I think Alter maybe said this as well, going back to the original date. I know I was looking at it, and I don't know if anybody else, this was shared with anybody else, I don't know, but a letter even from our previous city attorney, a letter that was actually to the original developer, which basically indicated that this should go back to the date the CZA was instituted, was passed. In terms of, it was actually a question similar to this: who would get that 72,000? Sorry, 7,200. Got to remember where to put that decimal point. Moving relocation. So even though we're talking about a different amount now, I think there's some precedent for even the city's involvement looking at that as an important date to fix on. And so I would certainly be supportive of the idea of let's look how we can get that back, and what ways and what mechanisms or combinations of funding sources. If we have to do a different funding source for anybody who moved, say, pre-COVID, you know, maybe that's something that has to be done. And so that would be something that I would support, looking into that. You know, using the ARPA funds and looking back further than September, because we do see that, you know, certainly since COVID has started, that neighborhood has been impacted in a way that has been sort of like this microcosm of society, but all of it located, like everybody there was effective. It wasn't a part of the neighborhood, it was the entire neighborhood that was impacted. And so the argument about looking at the neighborhood as a whole, as sort of a package, makes sense to me. I think that's arguable, supportive. In terms of the amount, I think if we'll hear later, I'm sure we'll hear from some members, and we've heard from some members of the Residents Association. But for those kinds of details, if they're comfortable with it, I'm certainly comfortable with that. You know, in terms of the split 25 up front to help them with moving expenses and the rest after the move, I think that sounds like something that's been negotiated, and that I'm supportive of that. Again, what I like about this is a lot of these issues have already been worked through with city staff and the residents and their allies, and so that's good. So we're not just making stuff up. We're actually doing this as part of an ongoing collaborative process. This is just the part in front of the cameras, and so. Yeah, I think all of those things. When we get into the issues of the future of the development, you know, I don't know that that's as pressing of an issue tonight, because I think we really, in my mind, the first issue is to make sure the people that need to get into safer housing get that funding and know they can do that, or if they have had to relocate but they're struggling to get by, that we get them that help too. And so we kind of get them, everybody that has been impacted from Forest View onto solid ground. So to me, that's the priority. Looking ahead to the future development, maybe, you know, I would love to be able to give the same guarantees that they've had all along. If for some reason we think we can't do that, and I'm not convinced that we can't, but if we think that, perhaps we can do something like guaranteeing a seat at the table. So if decisions are made that we're not, you know, that they're being made with the same people who are going to be most directly impacted and have been most directly impacted since day one. So that's kind of my starting point on some of those. And of course, like I said, you know, we'll be getting the benefit of some more input here, I'm sure, at the beginning of our next meeting. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Well, I certainly am sympathetic to what everyone has said. You know, I was on council when this project first was being considered, and it was a visionary project. I mean, I think we all felt that this was something that Iowa City would be not only proud of, but could very well be a project that would have interest beyond Iowa City as a model of how to develop land. With the challenge of incorporating into that development affordable housing. It was a really significant achievement. So I feel we need to salvage that vision. I mean, that is critical, that we don't lose that sense of vision. You know, and how that influences, you know, this question of the, you know, the providing assistance in the short term. I think it seems clear to me that, you know, that we should make everyone who signed the CZA should be eligible. It should go back to that agreement. You know, I think there is a question as to what the level of payment would be for those, you know, if we go back to the beginning. Certainly the 7,200 would be the baseline, since that was the figure in the agreement. It does seem to me one of the critical points in terms of the ARPA funding is when the impacts of COVID came into play, which seemed to my sense of how that would translate to the calendar would be perhaps March of 2020. I mean, that's when the impacts began to hit. And so I would think that, again, this is maybe something that requires further investigation and discussion, but it seems that that may be a worthwhile date to determine how the funding amounts are determined. So that's, you know, one thing to consider there. On the question of you know, the big picture, looking forward over into the long term. I mean, this is an interesting, you know, getting back to the vision. The crux of this project, I felt in some ways, at least in terms of the community's interest, was over the affordable housing element. But I think there are other things that make the project of interest and importance to Iowa City. One is the flooding issue. Foster Road is, as it stands now, cut off should flood levels rise to a point where Foster Road at the low point is flooded. It also has an important environmental element. There's a lot of natural area on this site. So when I combine all three of those things, the thought of the city perhaps considering purchasing the property comes to mind, because do we want to put the fate of this piece of land in the hands of a private developer? You know, a lot of these questions that we're talking about seem to revolve around, you know, how much control we have over the outcome if that were the case. So I would at least be interested in considering that. You know, the Peninsula development just down the road was a city project. That was a city-sponsored process. We developed the vision for it. We put out an RFP, and we can now see the results. I think it's one of the more interesting and successful residential neighborhoods in Iowa City. So we do have evidence that that approach can be successful, and that's the approach that was taken in that instance. So that's a possibility. Otherwise, we need to make sure that affordable housing is a priority, and whatever happens there, I don't doubt that the original design would not have been approved by council if there hadn't been the affordable housing element. So that is essential to anything moving forward on this site. I think those are probably my main comments for now, and I'll leave it there.
I have a number of questions based on this. I think a lot of them will be for staff, but also maybe for some of the counselors who were here in the past. So the 2019 conditional zoning agreement was signed between the city and the developer. And I hear you, Jeff, that it wouldn't be probably viable today, but we're not going to preemptively remove that from the property, right?
No, it would be expected that if another proposal came forward, a replacement conditional zoning agreement would be considered through the rezoning process.
And if the property changes hands, if the current owner had a buyer and they just purchased the property, the CZA attaches to that, right? It goes forward with that transaction?
Yeah, it kind of transfers with the owner, so to speak, yeah.
Okay, so the starting point would be that's what's in place now, but I hear you saying it wouldn't be realistic at all to kind of just be like, okay, we'll wait for that because it would probably not ever happen.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the owner would have a very difficult time even selling the property if the city's position was this is the only, project that we'll accept.
And I'm just going to tie in a lot of things, so anybody interrupt me if we have other thoughts or questions, but I'm just going to kind of go through my list here. So this right of first refusal question. So part of what I'm thinking about is the expectations of everyone at the time of 2019 versus now. And I think what I'm hearing my colleagues say and what I totally understand is wanting to meet expectations as best we can. At the same time, I think circumstances have changed to the point that we know we can't fulfill those expectations. The city's not getting what we bargained for out of this deal in terms of the affordable housing under this plan. And certainly the tenants aren't getting what they bargained for in the form that they thought it would be. And so on the right of first refusal piece, the way that I understood it from the CZA was there were these modular homes and there was multifamily, and that there would be an option, including a path to sort of a purchase on contract, like rent to own kind of option, that would be for a modular home or one of the units in the multifamily or the relocation assistance. And so in my mind, if we're providing the relocation assistance, I don't feel comfortable kind of additionally layering that right of first refusal, because I think in the what was contemplated at the time was that it would be kind of an either or, not that you're getting the relocation assistance and the option to purchase. I think absolutely, hopefully, the negotiations that have happened to date and the conduct of the city staff in particular, regardless of who sits up here, has shown that the tenants would be listened to and would, be able to come back and say, hey, we want, as Sean said, a seat at the table in this conversation. But I don't think having something formalized in whatever we come up with makes a lot of sense to me. I have concerns with tying back to June 2019 residents if we're using ARPA funds. I'm not comfortable. We got some correspondence on kind of how that might be justified. I'm not comfortable with saying that this pot of money that is pandemic relief should tie back to impacts on, based on this residency of 2019. And I think I agree with the mayor that the September 1st of 2021 date makes sense. Where staff was coming from, if I understand correctly on that, was the trying to capture everyone who maybe had to move out last winter and make sure that they were included, because obviously this has been a multi-year process. I see Jeff nodding your head.
Yeah, that's correct.
I appreciate the comments about maybe having different funding sources if we're gonna have different time frames, right? So maybe we would have ARPA funds that could be used for residents after a certain date, or other funds before a certain date. I'm worried about our need to move with urgency. We all witnessed and participated in what occurred with the direct assistance program with the county. That was even lower stakes for the individuals who were receiving the funds. And I think just in terms of the actual dollar amount to households, and I really fear that we could get caught up in a lot of back and forth and a lot more kind of negotiating by committee here. So I just want to plant that, like, that's something in my mind that I believe the parties have been negotiating in good faith up until this point. I think we've kind of narrowed the issues, so I'm not really interested in like opening it back up, if that makes sense to folks. And so just kind of going along with that, I think the upfront money we're agreed on, that makes sense. I think the dollar amount in my mind ties to the eligibility, because we're talking about the total, well, it also ties to the funding source. But I think, you know, at the time, what was contemplated was a $7,200 cap plus moving expenses. And so if we're bringing in more than twice that, I think the expectation in my mind would be that maybe it is, you know, more to the people who have that, the more immediate acute need, rather than those who maybe were able to find some alternative a couple of years ago. I did read the memo from Eleanor Dilks that was referenced, the prior city attorney, and I didn't read that as a promise that individuals would receive the $7,200 payment. I read that as, at the time of implementation, the CZA, you know, the agreement stemming from that obligation in the CZA will need to be carried out. We don't want to lose track of people. I don't think it was making promises beyond that. So I didn't read it myself as that creating that sort of tie-back obligation. So I think, yeah, I think the eligibility time period being certainly within the pandemic is important for the ARPA funds, because I believe that we're confident those relief dollars are not going to be taxable income to the recipients, correct?
The ARPA dollars, if we have to use another funding source, it's very likely that those could be taxable.
Right, so if we want to make sure it's not taxable income to the individuals, I'm sure there's nuance, but we're confident that the ARPA funds would not be taxable.
Correct. There's clear guidance from the IRS on that.
Okay. So I guess I'm just kind of repeating myself, but I think where I'm at is I agree with a significant amount, like the intent of providing 2 years of stability, or, you know, that the relocation assistance being an amount to provide for 2 years of housing, I think is excellent, and will really assist those people who were in a tremendously precarious housing situation. I think the upfront portion makes sense. I think the timeline makes sense. There was discussion about the income eligibility. My understanding from the memo was that tying eligibility to income and allowing a self-certification, which would be a simple sworn statement that your household was within this income, and not requiring additional proof, would be the simplest way to administer this. And I think I kind of heard the opposite of, we want to simplify, so we don't want income eligibility. So I just want to kind of flesh that out among us if we can.
I guess the question would be, is it required through ARPA funds to have income eligibility associated?
It is, in staff's belief, it is the simplest, most streamlined approach to implementing the relocation plan. There is a path forward to kind of declare this particular neighborhood as disproportionately impacted from COVID, but you have to have data to support that. And that's where we would have to go and collect information. We would have to do, I don't know what that looks like, to be honest. It could be surveys, it could be resident statements, it could be any number of different things. There's not clear guidance in the final rule about what exactly those steps are. It just says that you have to distinguish this neighborhood from all others, and simply stating that there was loss of employment, there was educational interruptions, there was serious illness. I don't think general statements like that are going to satisfy the Treasury. We would probably have to get in touch with the Treasury and try to get more precise guidance, but our read on it right now is that we would have to get into a more intrusive data collection process. And the whole point behind the income certification is you self-certify, you prove your residency, and you're eligible, and we move forward.
Is there a higher limit? $40,000 for a household is still not a lot of money. I think we would all agree to that. Is there, I'm assuming that that number is something that we probably looked at.
Yeah, I think we can explore whether there's another avenue to push that figure up higher. I don't know the answer right now,
Sure.
but we can explore that.
Yeah.
A couple of thoughts I have on that would be, it sounded like there weren't very many of people, just numerically very many people who would fall under this category. I'd be interested to know how many there are. The second point would be, in thinking about this, it seems that the residents of Forest View were hit by COVID in terms of their public health, their employment, and what I think is arguably perhaps unique to Forest View in that the project was impacted. So that is, to me, a pretty easy one to justify. I mean, it really suggests that the entire community, because everyone in that community was in some way or another tied to that project, would make it a relatively easy argument, because that is kind of a unique condition, and aside from all the more typical ways in which our community has been impacted by COVID. The other approach I'm inclined to at least consider would be, if we're only talking about a few people, maybe, and we don't want to go through that data collection, we just find another funding source. If it's not that many, I don't think the cost of including them would be that significant.
I think, Councilor Thomas, I had a similar thought too with this project, having the developer state repeatedly that the reason that they couldn't move forward was because of COVID. Mm-hmm. So I think it is sort of a unique situation where we have at least, everybody was depending on that person or small group of people, but specifically that person. And they said, okay, well, now we're scrubbing this because of COVID, which may have simplified things for us. I know it'd be a question for Treasury, right? So, right. To me, in my mind anyway. But I'd also like to sort of, the idea of, as we talk about the majority of the residents that we're trying to help in terms of just numbers in a pool. And I was thinking too, kind of combining that with the idea of what's the start date. And I was looking back 2 years ago today, Iowa was closing salons, barber shops, medical spas, massage therapists, all kinds of places. It was like second or third round of closures. So we know that if we went back 2 years to March of 2020 instead of September of 2021, we'd still be very much within the COVID impact time frame. Now, I'm going to guess, and I don't know, but I'm going to guess from the time of the CZA in 2019 to March of 2020, probably not a lot of people moved in that time period. I don't know, but that's something that might be worth finding out, because if we're talking about everybody that was there 2 years ago today, or roughly 2 years ago this month, to now being covered would seem eligible for ARPA funding. And if there was just a handful of people we had to cover with other funding from March of 2020 back to June of 2019 or whatever that date was, that might be a small enough pool that it's not going to, the big needle is from September possibly to March, September of 21 to March of 2020. And that's, I think, and that would still seem within the whole, like, since the pandemic started. So that seems a little easier to me, possibly.
I would definitely, just to piggyback on that, and I'm sorry, Pauline, I just cut you off. But it goes back to what Laura was talking about and what I noted in the memo and had a question about, is that even if it's that smaller group, and I think that that's a really interesting and potentially very smart way to look at it, to say probably parsing it out, the residents who had to leave before COVID are relatively smaller than this larger group that would be affected and potentially covered by ARPA funds. I'd be interested in knowing exactly about that taxable income. Like, if we found it from a different source, what does that mean for potentially, say, let's just call it 5 families? What would that mean then? How would they be negatively impacted by the funds that, or is there a way that we could search out funds that would preclude them from having that money count as taxable income?
We can explore that, but I would say with pretty good certainty that any alternative funding source is going to be taxable. We'll certainly explore that and do our best, but it's the unique aspect of the ARPA disaster recovery funds that we're using that make it non-taxable. So local funds are surely going to be taxable, and then there's forms that have to be filled out and provided. I mean, it just gets to be a more intrusive process, but we would certainly look at that. And I also want to just clarify, I can't sit here with any certainty today and tell you you can use ARPA funds all the way back to March of 2020. I don't know that. The legislation was in March of 21. That is something that we would have to further explore and get back to you on. I think there may be an opportunity to move back with greater certainty to March of 2021. Going back to 2020, you might be in that alternative funding source realm.
Yeah. So my question was exactly how far back can we use ARPA funds?
Yeah.
Because that seems to me a really important point when we're looking at eligibility and funding sources.
I think
using
staff
ARPA funds, particularly because it's non-taxable, is really by far the best option for everyone.
Yeah, staff would feel comfortable probably saying March of 21 is fairly certain. Anything beyond that will require some time.
Mm-hmm. What I might suggest is, certainly this can be researched by staff, brought back to us. And as far as, when the date of eligibility, from my perspective, I can certainly be persuaded. The one thing that I will say is that even when we're thinking about March of 2020, that's 2 years ago, people have, anyone that moved back then, they have moved. And so having the same level of, even if you did it by the proportion by the months that moved, or even just a small percentage, it becomes a little complicated. And it's not that we can't get complicated, because certainly these individuals have lived through complications. But I think that'll be a discussion that we'll have to have. The last thing I wanted to just mention or ask, because the original agreement was with the property owner, or with the developer or the property owner, of the 7,200 plus moving expenses. Is the city contemplating this, or is the city proposal based on land being dedicated to the city, or does this have nothing to do with that?
The need for relocation is here regardless of whether we are able to negotiate that or not. I think we have to move forward with that being a separate issue.
Yep. All right. I just wanted to make sure that we are clear on our position as council, what we're discussing. I also wanted to make mention that We are only about 15 minutes away from ending our session time, so wanted to just make that acknowledgement.
May I just make one more comment, and then we can move on, or what have you? I guess one of the things that I was very struck by the thoroughness and the thoughtfulness of this memo with the history and everything else, but I absolutely agree that, I mean, the use of ARPA funds for this, I mean, it's a perfect use for what the tenants of Forest View are dealing with. But I think I don't want us to get caught in thinking about the scope of the relocation needs. And again, I just want to go back to the people who got us to this dance are the ones who are most impacted, right? They had to leave early before this agreement happened, before they were able to get relocation funds. And in fact, that was something that was being built into that agreement, right? And so I feel like at the same time, I want to encourage us all to think as expansively as possible, as creatively is probably a better word for it, about how we might be able to get all of the tenants the assistance that they need and to honor that. And as is true, we do not have a legal obligation, but I really think we have an ethical imperative to do it as a city, and that's been really well stated by so many, all of the council members, and I think also from the hard work that the staff has gone into doing this as well. But I just wanted to put that out there. I don't want us to, at the same time, I think that ARPA funds, the more expansively we can do it, as is allowed, the better, to cover as many people as possible, but I don't want us to feel limited in only using ARPA funds.
I do think council has had a good starting discussion. This discussion will continue. We will move on in our agenda item. We're going to do clarification of agenda items, and then we're going to move to University of Iowa student government updates.
Mayor, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Can we just have a plan for what our next step is on this item? Because I don't know unless staff has direction on where we're going. I just want to make sure we don't just let it sit, or make sure it's on our next agenda, or.
Yes.
Okay, so let me just kind of summarize what our takeaways are. Eligibility, I'm hearing a call to explore options to push the date back as far as possible. So if we go back to the CZA, clarification on if ARPA funds can be used, what alternatives that may be, and we'll kind of look at 3 different dates: the CZA date, the March 20th date, March of 20 date, and March of 21 dates, and we'll try to understand what the ARPA rules are with all 3 of those dates. I'll also contact the Residents Association and see if they can provide us a count of people from the time of the CZA to now with move-out dates within those ranges, so that you know how many may fall into each category. I hear concurrence on the amount of relocation, the 15.7 amount. I'm a little unclear what you want from us regarding the income requirement. We can certainly ask Treasury to see if they would give us more guidance on what declaring the class disproportionately impacted may be. December 9th, there doesn't seem to be any disagreement with that. And future housing, I'm sensing that we'll just treat that separately, but there's an expectation that communication channels will remain open. Did I summarize everything okay?
That's a good start, yes.
So we can try to come back at your next meeting. I really doubt we'll have answers to all these questions in 2 weeks.
Maybe able to frame some of them at that point.
We'll probably have it on the work session, depending on where staff is. Thank you all.
Just a quick comment. You'd mentioned, Jeff, something about the group, and we had gotten some information about that. Would you be able to follow up maybe with the legal department what that would entail, or if that is a possibility that they could just be encompassed as a group, having been affected by COVID?
Yeah.
Because of the developer backing out?
The city attorney's office has been working with our staff
that would be helpful.
closely. We'll continue to do that and
Thank you.
see if we can get some clarification.
Great. All right, clarification of agenda items. This will be for the formal meeting. Hearing none, we're going to move on to USG with some updates. Hello.
Hi, Council. Long time no see. So, as you all have received, we got 11,000 copies of the magnets that we made. Super exciting. And we are working to distribute them right now. We brought some to y'all, as well as they are currently in a few IMU offices, such as Student Legal Services and the Food Pantry, as well as outside of the Student Activities and USG's office. So we're also working with the city to distribute them to local businesses, as well as bars, and just other places where students might be able to get them. And another point, thanks to the work of our health and safety director, all the Diva cups that were stocked at the food pantry have been taken, and they plan to restock that as well. Our health and safety menstrual equity work continues, especially going on into Pride Week, happening this week. Information on Pride Week events is on the university website, which I will include linked in our announcements. On the subject of Pride Week, the Queer Trans Closet is happening March 24th through the 27th in the IMU room 351, which is a chance for students in to find free gender affirming clothing. Anna and I will be volunteering on the first day, I want to say from 6 to 10, so feel free to stop by and say hi. April 5th, so at the next City Council meeting, I will be out of town for the big Association of Big Ten conference happening in Washington, D.C., but Anna will be here to come at the beginning of council to give announcements. That might mean like having to move up announcements or something. I'm not totally sure. I would talk to them. The move-in checklist created by USG's GR committee has passed the Iowa House this past week and is now moving on to the Senate. Battery fires have decreased in Iowa City, due to the success of the Iowa City's recycling program, and that has included with more battery drop-off locations. So a little round of applause for that. That's pretty cool. And finally, USG is sponsoring an event with Judy Heumann, a internationally renowned disabilities rights activist, as well as with former Senator Tom Harkin, who will be they will be speaking at the Honchar Auditorium on next Wednesday, the 30th, and seems like a super cool event. I would encourage you all to go. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, sound like lots happening, and welcome back to all the students that left for spring break. We enjoyed Rockstar parking. All right, we're gonna do just one item before we end, and we'll pick up the work session after our formal meeting, but we're gonna go to March 17th, IP 1. It's a memo from our city clerk. And it's really just talking about moving back to council chambers, Emma Harvard Hall, and just wanted to open up that discussion. Numbers are down. The city, we have the hybrid options for meetings, which is great, and just wanted to open up that conversation to see what people's thoughts are. Are people comfortable moving back? Yes?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I think it's time, and I think that
Yes.
we have used the hospitality of the senior center for a very long time, and I'm very appreciative, very grateful to Latasha and everyone else for allowing us to occupy this space, but I do think it's time.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Agree.
Are we comfortable next meeting starting in April?
If I may, Your Honor, the one thing I would add about that is there's a number of items being set on your agenda tonight that are setting a public hearing for the next meeting here. So if you would be willing to do it 2 weeks from now, 2 meetings from now, which would be April 19th, that would be appreciated.
So considering for April
That's
19th.
fine. Yep.
All right, April 19th. Great. We're going to adjourn for now, and we will be back at 6 p.m. we're all ready. So we are ready to start. Welcome to the Iowa City formal meeting for March 22nd, 2022. It is now 6 p.m. and we're going to start with roll call, please.
Alter.
Here.
Burgess.
Here.
Harmson.
Here.
Taylor.
Here.
Teague.
Here.
Thomas.
Here.
Weiner.
Here.
All right. Well, welcome back to the counselors and staff, and welcome to all of you. We've been here since 3. Welcome to all of you that are here, as well as to those that are listening in on our social media outlets. We are going to start with proclamations on item number 2. And 2A is Meals on Wheels and the 50th anniversary of the Older Americans Act Nutrition Program. And we're going to ask that Councilor Pauline Taylor read this.
Whereas 50 years ago, on March 22nd, 1972, President Nixon signed into law a measure that amended the Older Americans Act of 1965 to include a national nutrition program for individuals 60 years and older. And whereas for 5 decades, this landmark law has helped to fund community-based organizations like Meals on Wheels, and it is still the only federal program designed specifically to meet the nutritional and social needs of older adults. And whereas this year, Meals on Wheels programs from across the country are joining together for the March for Meals Awareness campaign to celebrate 50 years of success and garner the support needed to ensure these crucial programs can continue to address food insecurity and malnutrition, combat social isolation, enable independence, and improve health for years to come. And whereas Meals on Wheels programs, both congregate and home delivered in Iowa City, Iowa, have served our communities admirably for 62 years. And whereas volunteers for Meals on Wheels programs in Iowa City, Iowa are the backbone of the program, and they not only deliver nutritious meals to seniors and individuals with disabilities who are at significant risk of hunger and isolation, but also caring concern and attention to their welfare. And whereas Meals on Wheels programs in Iowa City, Iowa provide nutritious meals to seniors throughout Iowa City, Iowa that help them maintain their health and independence, thereby helping to prevent unnecessary falls, hospitalizations, and/or premature institutionalization. And whereas Meals on Wheels programs in Iowa City, Iowa provide a powerful opportunity for social connection for millions of seniors to help combat the negative health effects and economic consequences of loneliness and isolation. And whereas Meals on Wheels programs in Iowa City, Iowa deserve recognition for the heroic contributions and essential services they have provided amid the COVID-19 pandemic, and will continue to provide to local communities, our state, and our nation long after it is over. Now, therefore, on behalf of Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, do hereby proclaim March 2022 as a month celebrating the Meals on Wheels and the 50th anniversary of the Older Americans Act Nutrition Program, and urge every community member to take this month to honor our Meals on Wheels programs, the seniors they serve, and the volunteers who care for them. Our recognition of and involvement in the national celebration can enrich our entire community and help combat senior hunger and isolation in America. And accepting is Carrie Feuerbach.
I've been a volunteer for about 5 years for Meals on Wheels, so I'm just doing the acceptance here. I want to thank Mayor Teague for the March Meals on Wheels proclamation. As you know, Meals on Wheels is vital service for seniors everywhere. In Johnson County, we currently have 183 clients, and that number is climbing. In the past 2 months, January and February, we delivered almost 8,000 meals. We depend on volunteers to deliver all the meals as we have few staff. Currently, we have 86 volunteers and could use more. The last 2 months, our volunteers have worked a total of 537 hours. We would have to pay that staff to make deliveries, and the cost would be in excess of $12,000 for just 2 months. We would also like to invite any of you to join on a ride-along to meet 2 or 3 of our clients. They are so appreciative for this service, and they would be delighted to meet any of you. So again, I want to thank staff, and I appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you. Item 2B is Transgender Day of Awareness. Whereas all persons deserve to live in a city that represents their dignity, safety, and overall well-being by supporting equality and fair treatment for everyone. And whereas members of the transgender community contribute to the growing diversity and prosperity of our city. And whereas transgender persons continue to face high levels of discrimination, stigma, and bias that confuse abuse and violence against this community. And whereas the City of Iowa City embraces all persons and residents uphold our shared values of dignity, equality, and fair treatment for everyone by ensuring that acts of violence towards transgender persons are not tolerated. And whereas Transgender Day of Awareness helps bring public awareness to anti-transgender hate crimes and honors the memory of those hurt and killed by acts of anti-transgender violence each year. And whereas residents are encouraged to observe this day and to honor the lives we have lost because of senseless violence as we move forward toward together in the promotion of acceptance and understanding. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, do hereby proclaim March 31st, 2022 as Transgender Day of Awareness in Iowa City. And to accept this proclamation is our Human Rights Commissioner, Ashley Lindsay.
I wanted to share just a few words, if I could. As the Vice Chair of the Human Rights Commission, it's truly an honor to be able to accept this, but I have to also recognize that I am here accepting this proclamation as a cisgender woman. And with that privilege, I want to use it to be able to amplify trans voices and honor them just for a moment this evening. I'm going to be sharing a few statements from some of the trans Iowans that I am blessed to know. The statements are raw and unfiltered, and I think it's important that we hear and honor these voices. My friend Jack says, with all of the nonsense legislation trying to erase transgender youth, I feel the need to out myself again. I am a transgender man. I was assigned female at birth. I have endured discrimination and abuse. I used to want to die, but I am hell-bent on staying alive, a little bit out of spite. I will endure for myself, for our youth, and for all of us. Another friend, Elle Wyatt, who is actually a candidate for Iowa House District 91, says, the Transgender Day of Visibility is not only for those who are visible in the community, but those who work behind the scenes to advocate for those who don't have a voice. As a parent of 2 teenage girls, and also being transgender, I strive to protect and enable younger generations to live their lives authentically without fear of criticism. Kyla Patterson is a local trans community member and also a former high school athlete. And she says, transgender people are tired of cis allies' silence. We will not be silent today, but we shouldn't be forced into silence any day. When it comes to the Trans Day of Visibility, respect, education, and becoming an accomplice in trans liberation will go a long way. Respect means making sure trans people are counted and supported in our community. Saying correct names, pronouns, and other terms are likely to go a long way. Education is important as well. Cisgender people should be educating themselves every day, not just today, about our existence, our healthcare rights, and how they can become allies. This means more than just going to Pride festivals every year, despite how much we all enjoy them. And last but not least, I want to share a statement from my good friend Quinn. She says, for trans people, visibility is a double-edged sword. It is both affirming and frightening, both necessary and perilous. The growing visibility of trans people in popular culture, in our educational institutions, and in our workplaces has contributed to increased acceptance and knowledge. The more we trans people see ourselves in the world around us,
the more we know others can understand some of who we are and more of how we feel, we can be empowered to be ourselves, to come out, to connect with one another, and to live fully and authentically. On the other hand, the visibility of trans people is a constant engine of violence against us, as Mayor Teague alluded to in his proclamation. Assault and murder of trans people derived from hypervisible and hyper-stigmatized queerness. Political discourse has made trans people hyper-visible focal points for the ongoing culture war against the most marginalized among us, galvanizing politicians and lawmakers to, among other things, target trans kids. The recent legislation is just awful, horrible, and I feel the need to address that tonight. But it curtails their civil rights in schools and curbs their access to gender-affirming care. So when we talk about visibility, we need to remember and reckon with the world as it is, celebrate trans people, uplift our voices and images, let us know we are included and that we are valued, but fight for us too. Protect our right to full inclusion in civil life, protect our access to care and support we need to survive. Don't just accept us, help us shape a more hospitable and caring world. Thank you.
Thank you. We are moving on to item number 3, which is special presentations. 3A is a COVID update by Johnson County Public Health, Sam Jarvis, who is the Community Health Division Manager. Welcome.
Good evening to the council. As always, appreciate the opportunity to provide updates and certainly happy to provide good news updates as of late. And so many are well aware that our COVID situation is looking far better than what it was at the beginning of the year, and certainly will point towards the CDC's new COVID committee levels that the ask is to utilize for the general public to look at what mitigation measures and layered mitigation measures one should take in place. And we'll happily note that 97 out of Iowa's 99 counties are in low status at the moment. So overall, very good news, and we can corroborate that with the fact that the past 7 days we've seen less than 50 some cases reported to us, and even within the past several days have seen single-digit cases. And so we have not seen this kind of lower transmission since, I believe, June and July of 2021. Before we saw the rise of a Delta variant and then certainly the most recent Omicron variant. So overall, very positive news. And as always, we'll continue to monitor our local situation and certainly are apprised of the state and nation and even global trends, and know that there have been some headlines about transmission in other areas, and we'll continue to monitor that. It is not without or out of the realm of possibility that we'll once again ask for layered mitigation, but certainly we'll hope for the best and prepare for the worst. In terms of vaccinations, they have certainly trickled and have slowed down dramatically, even with booster vaccinations, but happily we'll report that Johnson County remains one of the highest vaccinated counties in the state. So again, a huge thanks to all of our partners who continue to provide vaccinations across the board, whether they're community clinics, pharmacies, or hospital partners, because that still is very important to ensure that, one, folks are up to date on their vaccination, which means fully vaccinated and then now, if eligible, for a booster, but also provide access for those who may not have gotten vaccinated right away for whatever their reasons. We continue to do that crucial work to provide the correct information, the most up-to-date information, and dispel any disinformation on those fronts. So other than that, happy to answer any questions.
Have you heard anything, Sam, about submission of data by either Moderna or Pfizer for the under 5s?
Not at the moment. I think the headline that is carrying right now is that Moderna has submitted data for a fourth booster for the general public, and then Pfizer as well for older adults. But that we are also anticipating, hoping to hear more for 4 and under at the moment.
I know that we're still navigating COVID, and there'll be new guidance coming out. At one point, we heard that boosters may have to be annually or, 6 to 8 months. It was undetermined. Have you heard anything more on that front?
We have not. I think that's where the speculation will be, that possibly will be timed with what many folks know as the annual flu shot as well. But at this moment, we've not heard more from our federal partners. I believe the FDA has a scheduled meeting to talk about I believe a fourth booster. But again, we've seen most recently too that both our federal agencies that are looking at these processes move pretty quickly and with little notice. But we'll continue to hear information and then share as we receive it.
Great. Well, I think on behalf of this council, we really appreciate all the work that you all have done and will continue to do. We're not out of it yet, and so to those out in the public, let's still be as cautious as we feel necessary during this process. But thank you so much for coming routinely to give us the updates.
Absolutely. Thank you, and appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks. We are on to items number 4 through 8, which is our consent agenda. Could I get a motion to consider it, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Weiner, seconded by Taylor. Anyone from the public like to discuss any item that is on our consent agenda, please come forth. If you're in the room to the podium here, there is a sign-in sheet on the side. And then if you are online, please raise your hand and I'll acknowledge you. And you can come up and you can sign after. Yep, welcome.
Hello, my name is Noah, live in Iowa City. And first I'm going to talk about the CPRB minutes that you're receiving and what the complaint is. I'm just going to read off that complaint here a little bit. Finding of fact, on October 22nd of 2021, patrol officers witnessed a complainant walking downtown with an open container of alcohol. Officers ran after and confronted the complainant. The complainant stopped and conversed with officers, at one point handing the open container of alcohol to the complainant. No, that complainant previously said that tried to hide from the officer. A companion then accompanied the complainant as they went with officers to a patrol car, and a ticket was issued. And then, of course, the allegation of unlawful search was not sustained, which of course not sustained since this is a useless board. But what I really find issue is the comments on this board are, while the board may find this complaint not to be sustained, the board does have some serious concerns with what it witnessed in the body cam footage of this incident. The most problematic of those is the last thing that was said by one of the officers before the recording ended at the conclusion of the incident, and it was, this is what your officer said: "I was kind of hoping that she was gonna run." So your officer wanted to fight somebody. They wanted to escalate the situation. And also the other complaint that I had was that the language used by the officer, which I've experienced many times by ICPD, is they will just start cursing at you. You videotape them. About 90% of the times I videotape ICPD officers on my phone, I get confronted by officers getting complained that, like, "Why are you filming me?" Or along those lines. I've been threatened with arrest for filming officers, and even though I was standing there, they initiated the interaction with me. I was standing there silently, just filming as my right, and they started interacting with me, and then they tried to tell me that I was interfering with an investigation. I had to leave or be arrested after they initiated and started to cause conflict with me because I was filming, as is my right, because I don't like cops. That should be pretty clear here. I think you should abolish ICPD. At the minimum, you should defund them, not increase their budget. But yeah, so is anything going to happen to the officer? Because that's just more evidence of the terrible culture in ICPD. When they gassed us that night, on video. A whole bunch of them were laughing and saying, "Let them eat gas." ICPD has a terrible culture. They are not reformable. The only solution is to reallocate their funds to actually help the community and not continually put more and more money into this violent institution.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address any item that is on our consent agenda? Seeing no one. Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Teague,
Yes?
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Taylor.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 9 is community comment. This is a time where anyone from the community can come up to discuss any item that is not on our agenda. We do have 3 minutes allotted, and there is a timer over here for anyone that is present here in the room. And then online, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand and I'll acknowledge you and call you by name when it is your opportunity to speak. And there's also a timer electronically for you. Okay. Inside the room, I'll welcome you to the podium. Please state your name and the city you're from.
Thank
Welcome.
you. I'm Asmita Powdell from Austic Planning, Iowa City. Sorry, I do have a presentation here too.
It should be right on the desktop there.
Oh, sorry. Good evening, everyone, and Mayor Teague. So today, I'm just going to be talking about the Inclusive Economic Development Plan for Johnson County that Austic Planning is developing in collaboration with Iowa City Area Development Group, Iowa City Area Business Partnership, Greenstead Credit Union, and Multicultural Development Center of Iowa. So I'll just talk about the project and the outreach we're doing and the next steps and what our ask is today. So this Inclusive Economic Development Plan is really, the title speaks for itself, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to reach out to people in the Johnson County and understand what are the business resources that are available, that are accessible, especially for the underestimated community members in Johnson County. And so underestimated community members can include people from immigrant population, people of color, people from LGBTIQ community, women, youth, or like formerly incarcerated people, and so on. So this project is really has like 5 phases. The first is research. We've identified over 25 economic development plans in over the country, and then we are conducting survey. We're conducting focus group or circles with business organizations and group of people, and we're also conducting interviews that is one-on-one. That is, these 3 outreach are happening currently, and then we also have a strategic doing sessions that we'll be conducting during May. So the outreach is really, we're trying to do a focused outreach where we're trying to reach out to business owners or people who want to open a business in the Johnson County who are from the underestimated community. And we're also trying to reach out to support institutions who can lend support and like financial assistance to small businesses in the county. So we're trying to get the final document out by June or July this year. And the next steps is really to continue collaborations. And so I'm here today to really ask for people to reach out to us. We're really trying to reach out to everybody over the county, the business owners and support institutions, but we're missing, of course. So please reach out to us if you want to be involved in like one-on-one interviews or strategic doing sessions and in focus groups, or if you just want to stay anonymous and take the survey that we have, and or just share an anonymous story, then you can just go to the website that you can see on the screen, or just scan the QR code for the survey, or you can reach out to the email address and the cell phone number that you can see on the screen. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well done.
Welcome.
Hello, it is Noah again, and for transcript, only use the name that I provide for transcript, which is Noah, so that's what it should be on the transcripts, and that's not what it currently is, so Kelly, fix that. So, last meeting, that you had the appeals for the, at the end of the meeting, so the last of the meeting, so that the woman who said who English is her 3rd language came here, and because the city forced her to remove her stuff, but in the presentation, I honestly don't remember if it was Stan or Steve, whoever, I forgot his name, whatever it was, in that presentation, he admitted to y'all that it was clear that she had removed all the stuff in his presentation, And maybe this is just me misinterpreting why, like, what turned it, but, like, once, like, she got back the second or third time and mentioned that, yeah, this is all cleared out, then y'all said, okay. And to your credit, you did, like, not go with what the city was going to do. But my issue is with what the city staff just purposely just admitted the fact that it was all, like, she had removed it all. And that's really sad that happened, that is the city forced loss of biodiversity to just have, now there's nothing there. And you saw that there's a bunch of beautiful plants growing there that contributed to the biodiversity. Lots of stuff was edible and good to look at. It wasn't even that, like, that was just, and then now it's just all gone because the city just didn't really explain stuff to her, didn't work with her. I mean, obviously, like, she came here, there was lots of, like, stuff going on in that situation, and the city did not help. Yeah. What else to talk about? Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address a topic that is not on our formal agenda? If you're online, please raise your hand and I'll acknowledge you. And inside, you can speak and then sign after.
Okay,
Welcome.
sounds good. Just like before I start, like trigger warning for like anything if anyone needs to leave. But I'm just reiterating what I spoke about on January 18th at the town hall meeting, just about how like my sexual assault kit has not come back. And when I contacted the police, it's almost been 6 months. It was in October, and they said it would take up to 6 weeks, and I haven't heard anything back. And then when I was like in the hospital, they like the sexual assault workers were telling me that they gave me 2 pieces of papers to track my kit because they said that most times it won't come back or you'll never find out the results. And I just think that's unacceptable. And then I went in today to like discuss, like see if I could figure anything else out, and they basically were like, oh, sorry, like our systems are down, our detective's on a phone call, like can you report a problem again, report it again. And I've already explained it over 3 times to them, and I know on February 15th, we discussed like the mobile health crisis, and a lot of you discussed about how like mental health is super important. So that coincides with it. Just like having to reiterate a story that's like very hard is like damaging for sure. So I don't know, just like being on a college campus, I just like the system that they're doing, or I don't know what is happening. It's just like, it's not fulfilling. I'm not getting like closure. Like my parents aren't getting closures. Like I'm sure other people are not getting closures. So just like, I don't know, like it's almost been 6 months. I just like don't really know what to do anymore. So I just wanted to bring it up again for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address a topic not on the formal agenda? Seeing no one, we're going to move on to item number 10.
There's one more, Mr. Mayor.
Oh,
No,
I'm
I'm sorry. Were
sorry.
you getting up to speak? Oh, no. My bad. I apologize for interrupting.
Okay.
I think that young lady is.
Moving on to item number 10. That's the newbie. No. Moving on to item number 10. This is $8,900,000 general obligation bonds. Resolution instituting proceedings to take additional action for the issuance of not to exceed $8,900,000 general obligation bonds of the City of Iowa City, State of Iowa. This is I'm going to open up the public hearing, and we're going to start with staff comments. Actually, I think you're probably going to cover a couple of items, so welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Nicole Davies, the Finance Director. Like the Mayor just stated, I will actually be covering items 10 through 13 with this brief presentation. We're going to be talking about our GO bond issue tonight, which is what we use to partially fund our capital improvement plan. So first, just to give you kind of a brief timeline on how this works, we set the public hearing on March 1st. We're now holding the 3 public hearings for the bond issues along with the pre-levy authorization resolution, which is item number 13. On April 12th, we'll have a call with our rating agency to get a rating for the bond issue. On April 19th, we'll be back with another resolution to direct the advertisement for the sale. May 3rd, we'll receive those bid opening and open those bids. And then we'll be back on May 17th for another resolution to authorize the issuance of the actual bonds. And then June 1st will be the close of those. So just to go over the projects that are in the capital improvement plan that these 2022 bonds will be funding. As you can see, by far the largest portion of this is for the Rochester Avenue reconstruction, and then also the Fairchild reconstruction. Then we've got a couple of the parks, the Chaddock Green and Court Hill playgrounds and shelters, and then some improvements here to the senior center, a roof replacement at City Hall, upgrading some of our BAS controls, and then some for fixing a slab in the fire station. Again, the cost for these bonds are included in the 2022 amended budget and the 5-year capital improvement program. And these are already incorporated into our current and future tax levy projections. And all of this will be sold in a competitive bidding process. And then too, it's actually 10 through 13, not 10 through 14. So that's a typo on the last slide. And then any questions that you guys have?
Don't hear any. Thank you. All right. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If so, please step forward and to the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand and I'll acknowledge you. Welcome. Please state your name and city.
Hello, Noah, Iowa City. I'm not against this. I just think you should do a bunch more and invest in public housing. So like you actually like help solve the housing crisis instead of these like affordable housing, whatever that means. That doesn't like actually solve the root problem, which is the lack of like actual affordable public housing, like have public housing, and then you could have the city could be set prices or like better yet not like even have prices, or have the extremely low prices that are like actually affordable for the working class and the poor. And so you help solve the houseless problem. You actually help solve the I'm sorry, I can't remember what the exact number was for the vouchers. Wow, my brain is not working. I can't think of it. The last meeting for the when you extended, why can't you all know the federal housing? I can't think of the term right now, but yes, that like how there's thousands of wait lists, like to solve that problem, which like if you had bonds of like significant amounts and then invested that in public housing, that would go a long ways to solving the housing crisis in this city. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your hand. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Thomas.
Second, Burgess.
Council discussion? Roll call, please.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague.
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. Item number 11 is 700,000 general obligation bonds. This is a resolution instituting proceedings to take additional action for the issuance of not to exceed 700,000 general obligation bonds of the City of Iowa City, State of Iowa. I'm going to open the public hearing. And this presentation was just given to us. Anyone from the public like to discuss this item? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So move, Weiner.
Second, Alter.
Council discussion? Roll call, please.
Weiner,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 12 is 700,000 general obligation bonds. Resolution instituting proceedings to take additional action for the issuance of not to exceed $700,000 general obligation bonds of the City of Iowa City, State of Iowa. I'm going to open the public hearing. And anyone from the public like to discuss this item? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Burgess.
Second, Thomas.
Council discussion? Roll call, please.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. 2022 Go Bond Pre-Levy Authorization. This is a resolution authorizing the issuance of $10,255,000 general obligation bonds, Series 2022, and levying a tax for the payment thereof. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So move, Weiner.
Second, Harmson.
All right, anyone from the public like to address this topic? Seeing no one, council discussion. Roll call, please.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 14 is fiscal year 2022 budget amendment public hearing. This is a resolution amending the current budget for fiscal year ending June 2022. I'm going to open up the public hearing. And we're going to start with comments from staff, and they're going to cover items 14 through 16. And I'm going to welcome our Deputy City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Good evening. We'll be covering items 14 through 16 with a summary of the FY 2023 budget. But before I get to that, I will briefly talk about the budget amendment for 2022. This will be the second budget amendment this fiscal year. The process ran congruently with the 2023 budget process. The amendment includes capital improvement project budget adjustments to align the 5-year capital improvement plan. Also includes the American Rescue Plan Act revenues and expenditures, and other small amendment items. The overall impact of the fund balance is a decrease of about $14.8 million. This is covered through the access of fund balances and bonds, and it's also important to note that it will not affect property taxes or tax levies. So next, so we're going to kind of go over what we've been done up to this point. How do we get here? Obviously, it's you are pretty well familiar with the process that has gone into this, but for our audience, it's kind of good to know that this is a culmination of strategic plan, the various city master plans, the community input and feedback, a number of one-on-one meetings, and of course, the public meetings that we've had so far. So we started off in September 21 with a council workshop on priorities, followed up with another public meeting on the operating budget review, January 8th. We also had a capital improvement plan review with operating budget review on January 12th. February 1, I was setting the hearing for our maximum property levy tax, and that was followed up by February 15th with a public hearing on the max levy. Then March 1st, setting the public hearing, and we're working up to now where we are going to be talking about the budget adoption and all this so that we can get it for certification to the county auditor by March 31st. So some of the we call stress factors on our budget. I think we're all pretty well familiar with these. Obviously, the commercial backfill being phased out by the state legislature has a big ongoing effect on our budget. That coupled with multi-residential taxability dropping, and also the residential rollback dropping. Also combine that with our property values starting to plateau, and then just we're still dealing with impacts from the pandemic and just the ongoing volatility of inflation and project costs going up. But that hasn't stopped us from continuing to invest in some key strategic initiatives, and that's also going to be highlighted in this coming budget. We're still able to honor a commitment to put $1 million in general fund for contributions toward affordable housing efforts. Also allocated $613,000 to support community nonprofit agencies. We're also able to make modest investments in personnel investments needed to maintain key service levels. Aggressively fund climate action and adaptation efforts, and invest in major road improvement projects. Continues to implementation of the bike and park and natural area master plans, and continue to prepare for future facility needs. So some of our high points to the budget. Again, we have continued to reduce our tax levy rate. Although this is starting to plateau, we still were able to make some ground on reducing those rates. I guess the good news is we've made strong investments in our reserves, and that has actually helped us lessen some of the blow to some of the statewide reforms that has had a disproportionate stress on our budget and in other communities that have been growing. When we look at our fees, we don't have any new fees with transit, water, sewer, stormwater. However, we have had increase in our parking fees, excuse me, not our parking fees, but our refuge fees that will allow us to make key investment in those services. And I think our last slide is just an illustration showing our ground that we've made in reducing our property tax. As you can see, from fiscal year 2012 till fiscal year 2023, we've made quite a bit of ground. As you also can see in this illustration, that it is starting to be a little bit more challenging to continue to make those type of drops, and we're starting to plateau out there, kind of indicating that we're probably reaching a point where it's going to be harder to keep on making those type of reductions. I think that's all I have. Is there any questions?
I have one quick question, which is, have you all started to look at, and I understand it's not going to take effect immediately, but the potential effects of a flat tax going into effect for the state and over the next few years, really lowering state revenues?
Well, I know we've been keeping that on our radar. Haven't had any real major discussions until actually, those kind of things take place. But we're kind of keeping abreast of those type of talks in the legislature.
If I could just add to that real quick, we don't get income tax, but the reality is as the state revenues decrease, they could find themselves in a situation where they need to replace that lost revenue. And history tells us they frequently will look to local governments potentially to do that, whether that's cutting or diverting funds that were previously coming to us and absorbing those. So, you know, you're seeing that with the backfill. There's a new backfill bill that's been introduced for commercial properties that seems like it's got a good probability of passing. We've seen it in, you know, previous contributions to the 411 pension system that the state used to make that they don't, which increases ours. So while the flat tax may seem like an independent decision, I can tell you cities are fairly nervous about long-term implications for that reason.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If so, please step to the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand. Welcome. State your name and city, please.
Hello, Noah. And so like you were just mentioning how the city might be having problems because of what the state level is doing for funding, and then in that same presentation saying it's a good thing that how much money the valuations for the tax levy, for property tax levy, which is going to have which that for Iowa Cityans that has a disproportionate like benefit for the wealthy, the people who own property, which it's half of the city doesn't own property, is our renters, like the poor and the working class. So I mean that only really benefits the not poor and working class, the upper class, and the people who have more money who like can actually have them. So I have no way of. I'm currently able to rent out stuff, but like if I went to try to get a loan, if I wanted to buy a house or buy anything, there's no way I could do that because they don't do that for working class people. Like that's just not how it works. But I somehow can pay hundreds and $100. Well, I would be paying that for a mortgage, but I have to pay it to the landlord and get nothing back. So yeah, so I mean, like a problem, like a way to fix the problem if you're gonna have revenue problems in the future is to raise the tax rate on property taxes and get more money instead of just cutting. You can't just, the state's gonna be cutting services, and you cannot be cutting services while the state's doing it. It's just gonna hurt the poor and the working class, and it's going to have the systemic racism is going to be affecting the BIPOC community the hardest. That's what's going to happen if the city does nothing to address that, and it doesn't really seem to be doing that because it's praising the taxes going down for the wealthy folks while there's a housing crisis. There's a real disconnect there. Like you'll talk about wanting to have this stuff, but you actually have to have the actions to do that. That's why people like me, the leftists in the city, we don't like the city because y'all talk a good game, but the actions, no, doesn't happen. There's no public housing. You increase the police budget. You have cops that go chase people after for having an open container. That doesn't hurt anybody, but yet we can't, it's just, it doesn't make any sense to me. And I don't think it makes sense to y'all, but I don't know why you won't just stop playing this stupid conservative game and actually like do progress. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address this topic? If online, please raise your hand. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved. Weiner.
Second, Alter.
Council discussion? Roll call, please.
Harmson?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Weiner?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 15 is fiscal year 2023 budget public hearing. This is a resolution adopting the annual budget for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. I'm going to open the public hearing. And this presentation has already been given. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? Please state your name and city. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Noah. Just repeat what I just said, and just going to be more direct. Defund ICPD, defund ICPD, defund ICPD. ICPD can chase after people with open containers and have 6 to 5 squad cars pull up on a car to pull over because their tire burst. This is an incident I'm talking about where I witnessed 4 or 5 cop cars because someone's tire went flat. So they got surrounded by cops, and I was filming that, and that's one of the times I got threatened with arrest for filming. I've talked about this like a few months ago, but like for 4 or 5 cop cars for a flat tire, I don't think that department needs $16 million to keep the public safe from people with flat tires. You don't need the paramilitary force to deal with people with flat tires and run after people. When you had someone here come here talk to you today about when like actual harm happens to people 6 months later and nothing. And they're forced to vocalize their, like just have like their trauma and just, they get no justice. But we do get cops that gas us and laughing about it and saying, let me gas, and chasing after people with some alcohol. Like, it makes no sense to give them more money. Like, yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Defund ICPD, and that's a reform. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome Taylor online. I think you're. Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, I'm not going to say much. I want to echo that you should defund ICPD. And also, Jesus Christ, I hope you listen to the people who show up and talk to you and are vulnerable in front of you and share things that have happened to them. And I want you to think about how many people have been through the same things and have the same experiences and views, but either can't come here because it's inaccessible or simply don't have the ability to get up in front of you and share something like that. I just want to say one more time, I want to echo what Noah said, defund ICPD. And I want to particularly highlight, as an abuse survivor myself, that they do not help survivors. In fact, the times they do are more of an exception than a rule. So I want to say for myself, they do not prevent violence. My daughter agrees. Please defend ICPD.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Alter.
Second, Thomas.
Council discussion? Roll call, please.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Weiner?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 16 is a 3-year financial plan and 5-year capital improvement plan. Resolution approving the 3-year financial plan for the City of Iowa City, Iowa, and the 5-year capital improvement plan. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Weiner.
Second, Burgess.
And this item was already discussed by staff. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If so, step to the podium. If you're online, raise your hand. Seeing no one, council discussion. Roll call, please.
Teague?
Yes?
Thomas?
Yes.
Weiner?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Taylor.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 17 is enforcement of bike lane parking violations. Ordinance amending Title 9 entitled Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Chapter 4 entitled Parking Regulations, Section 1 entitled Parking Prohibited in Specific Places to prohibit parking in bike lanes, Chapter 9 entitled Towing and Impoundment Procedures, Section 2 entitled Towing and Impoundment of Certain Illegally Parked Vehicles to allow towing of vehicles parked in bike lanes, and Chapter 3 entitled Rules of the Road, Section 11 entitled Prohibited Acts and Conditions to delete the reference to parking in bike lanes. This is second consideration, and staff has requested expedited action.
I move that the rule requiring that ordinances must be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended, that the second consideration and vote be waived, and that the ordinance be voted on for final passage at this time.
Second, Thomas.
Moved by Weiner, seconded by Thomas. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? And please state your name and city. Welcome.
Hello, Noah again. I'm just kind of like what I said last time about how the city should look at how it's affecting people, the poor and working class, once again, which is what the tickets are only ever going to really impact. The poor and the working classes, the wealthy, they get the $15 ticket, like that does not matter to them. That's nothing to the poor and working class. That actually like matters to us, because like that's when we like get negative bank accounts, like have negative amounts in our bank account. It's kind of hard to pay a $15 ticket, or when they add up and then they take your car for, you have $15 in tickets, which could even just be 3 tickets if it's long enough, because they do like $20 after a month or whatever if you don't pay it. So if like you can't pay the month, so it could be 3 tickets and you have your car gone, and then the city gives it to a company who charges people extorts people out hundreds of dollars to get their own car back, and then if they can't pay them hundreds of dollars of fees, they will steal your car, they will sell it, and it's no longer your car. So the city is stealing people, allowing the theft of people's cars, and it should not allow that. Like, you should not be contracting with people who are going to just steal people's cars. It's not okay to take someone's car and just sell it without their consent just because the company wants to make their profit. If this was a progressive city, it would not allow the poor working class to have their cars stolen by private companies. And then the city can't just wash its hands of, like, when that happened to me, they just tried to wash their hands of it and say, well, it's not our problem, not our fault, not in our hand anymore. We can't do anything. Though, well, obviously, like, right then they could do anything about it, but the city can do something about that. It can not allow people to have their cars taken from the city, by the city. The city orders their cars to be taken, and then they just get sold without consent, and that hurts the poor and working class, who are disproportionately the BIPOC community. So once again, the city is being racist. So yeah, just think about, like, is it really, how is this equitable, just, when it only affects the poor and working class? Because that's what these tickets, that does not matter to a wealthy person. It's ridiculous to try to say it does if you're thinking that, because that's, like, just facially ridiculous. Thank you.
Anyone else like to address this topic? Seeing no one, council discussion.
Just wanted to make clear that what we're voting on now is to make sure that people who are biking have a clear path and aren't blocked by cars that aren't supposed to be there. So it's aimed at improving bicycle traffic in the city.
In
And
particular
safety.
downtown, where it's already very crowded. And I like that there's also, note that there will be a great deal of signage posted in addition to what's already there about where there is and isn't parking allowed.
Roll call, please.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague.
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. Could I get a motion to pass and adopt?
So moved, Weiner.
Thomas.
Moved by Weiner, seconded by Thomas. Roll call, please.
Weiner,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 18 is meeting protocols. Resolution repealing resolutions 83-223, 99-385, 0-00-117, 06-54, 10-47, 15-300, and 18-143, and approving City Council procedural rules for the City of Iowa City. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Taylor, seconded by Burgess. And we're going to start with comments from our city attorney, Eric Gores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Here's the long-awaited resolution to approve the rules that the council has been discussing for some period of time. Starting with all the repeals, obviously that probably caught your attention. As I mentioned early in this process, there were any number of resolutions, as you can see, some very long-standing, that had been located in disparate locations within the clerk's office, and would address kind of a single slice of the governance of your meetings. Again, the whole point of this process is to put those all in a single place for both the public to be able to see and you to be able to see. So you have a single place to view all the rules. And so these are the ones that are going to be replaced by the meeting resolution, or the rules that you folks will be approving pursuant to the rules before you today. The differences in this latest version of the rules from the last version are twofold. One, we've removed the municipal infraction for violating council rules. That was pursuant to discussion at our last meeting. And the other is a clarification as to questioning, or I should say answering questions from the public. There has been language inserted that says once the commenter has left the podium, so it's clear that the intent is not to have an argument back and forth with members of the public, but instead, if council directs staff to answer questions, that we do so after the fact, after the commenter has left the podium. Otherwise, all the rules that you see before you have been the same set of rules that you've seen and considered previously. Be happy to answer any questions if anyone has any.
I just have a quick question, Eric, and I apologize if I missed it, but I was looking through it a couple times, and I thought in the original one we had an item in there about the need for translator, and that could add like 3 minutes for the speaker, 3 minutes for the translator. Did I miss that in this revision?
My memory is that the presiding officer has the ability to offer additional time if it's needed, and that would include the possibility of a need for translation.
Okay, so you don't feel we would need to have that specified in there then?
I don't believe so. Frankly, I'd have to review it to see if it is explicitly listed. If you have reviewed it and have not found it, then I'm sure that you're corrected that it's not. But I think that there's generalized language that allows for the presiding officer to offer additional time if it's needed for a reason like that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
In Rule 20, it doesn't explicitly call it out, but it does say that the presiding, additional or less time is determined by the presiding officer based on the number of persons wishing to speak and/or the length of total public input can be limited. Sorry, I'm processing out loud at the moment, but yeah, I think that's the portion that you were kind of looking at.
And then I just wanted to make sure that we had discussions about ways that the presiding officer can kind of guide the conversation when someone is at the podium and they have a question, how this council can address it. I think there's several ways that the council can address it, and that would be certainly when we do our deliberations as council, we hear things all the time that we can certainly address. During the only time we can't address something is during public comment, where it's not an agenda item. But I think it's very important for this council to really consider the ways that we can still answer the public, but being at the podium during the time having exchanges, I don't think is the right appropriate space in our business meetings. The other thing that I would suggest that we consider is when someone is here, a public person is there, we could potentially have either on the current cards when they sign in, if they mark, follow up, please follow up with me, they can list their email address and their phone number. And then that'll be something that we routinely collect. Our city clerk collect that, and then we can follow up with people and have really a more engaged opportunity to have a discussion with the individual. So I wanted you all to consider definitely us having, we can do it with the current, and certainly the presiding officer could say, if you haven't done already, please, if you would like us to get in touch with you, list some contact information for us.
I like that. Yeah. This way then it's an invitation to continue a conversation or to be able to respond in a way that can allow both individual attention and then also allow us to get through our agenda in the moment. So I think that's
Yeah, I agree. That's a good idea.
Okay.
And I think that your first comment was addressed by the language that city attorney added.
Yes. Yep. And I just wanted to at least expound upon that just a little bit. All right. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If so, please raise your hand if online. If present, please come to the podium. Welcome.
Hello, Noah. So I guess, what happens when I'm directed to leave the council meeting and I don't, or I'm suspended for a council meeting and I attend it? Or is this gonna be something you'll ask and answer and after I speak?
We can certainly follow up with you on that.
See, this is why you could respond though. That'd be so much easier instead of just having talk to. When you could just have very quick exchange of information instead of just having because that's how my understanding, I don't understand conversations anyways. But there's back and forth and so you have a question and you have another one and then if it's on the public agenda item and then you're usually are making the decisions on that, so then following up afterwards doesn't, it's after the fact to when, so you, instead of doing before it actually happens, because most agenda items are one and done, they don't, it's not it's gonna come back again necessarily. Obviously there's variance in that, but that doesn't, if you're not when you legally can have that back and forth, which is what you should be having to have responsive and responding to the public and people have questions and actually let those questions be answered out in the public instead of on private one-on-one situation. That's not allowing transparency. And it's responding to people's questions increases transparency and makes it more democratic instead of having, I'm not against follow-up. I'm just saying that it shouldn't be an either or, it should be both, especially when like you legally are able to respond when people ask questions in this time. You can legally answer my questions. It is a choice, and you should be doing as much as possible to be engaging with the public, and that would show good faith and showing you want to engage the public just as much as possible. It's like we don't come up here to ask questions just to argue, because I have genuine questions that we want answered and clarity on, and it's in the public's interest to have clarity on that. And when you have the before and then not, and that questions asked after the speaker's already gone, and then like if I have another question, like that's how my brain works. I could have another question after my question's answered, and I'm sure I'm not alone in that. And if you do it the other way, then it just allows more engagement, and it's allowed, and it's good governance, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your hand. Seeing no one. Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 19 is Fire Chief Appointment. Resolution approving the appointment of Scott Lyon as Fire Chief in Iowa City, Iowa. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Second, Alter.
Moved by Taylor, seconded by Alter. And then we'll welcome our city manager, Jeff Ruin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. Excited to have this item before you tonight. So as you know, we've been recruiting for a new fire chief dating back to September of last year. Previous Chief Greer retired in February. And unlike most department heads, which I have sole authority to hire over, both the fire chief and the police chief require your vote as well. And that's what we're here tonight. So there's a memo in both your information packet on March 10th and as well in your meeting packet for this meeting. That starts on 263. That outlines the recruitment process that we undertook for the fire chief position. I'm happy to report that the Civil Service Commission last week certified Scott Lyon for the fire chief position. So this is the final step in the process. I'm not going to go through everything on the recruitment process. You can see that in the memo, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. I'd like to just tell you a little bit about Chief Lyon. He would be coming to us from Urbandale, Iowa, where he has been the assistant chief since 2014. He currently serves as their accreditation manager in addition to overseeing multiple facets of their departmental operations. Prior to that, he served the city of Clive from 1998 to 2014. Most recently there as the deputy fire chief and training officer. He has bachelor's and master's degree from Waldorf College. The master's is in organizational leadership, while the bachelor degree is in fire services administration. A couple of things that really stood out for me as I got to know Scott through this process. One, he was very clear that he believes that the fire department is an extension of the community. He has a very external-facing mindset. He is a relationship. He prioritizes those community relationships, not only because it's a public service position, but also because he truly believes that it's those relationships that can have a profound impact on the success of the fire department, particularly when it comes to reducing community risk, which is certainly a major focus of the department. He is definitely someone that has great experience in regional settings and has demonstrated that he can effectively collaborate with other agencies. We know that that's critical here in Johnson County. We rely on our neighbors just as much as they rely on us when it comes to responding to critical incidents. He's shown that he can forge those relationships with neighboring organizations. And again, I think that's essential as we look at the future of the Iowa City Fire Department. Lastly, it was very clear that he cares very deeply for his staff. He wants to make sure that they have every opportunity they can to advance professionally, to be lifelong learners in their position, but also wants to make sure that they are cared for as people, and that they and their families are cared for. Cares about their physical and their mental health, and wants to make sure that they're in the best position possible to serve this community. I think he's going to be a fantastic addition to our team. I'm excited for him to move to Iowa City and get to know our staff and get to know you all and the community. And I'd ask for your approval tonight for Scott. And if you are willing to do that, he will be here on April 4th as day number 1.
Thank you. Anyone from the public like to discuss this item? Welcome.
Hello, my name is Jermaine. I'm making a Jermaine comment about being Jermaine, and this is very much so a Jermaine comment, and it's a petty Jermaine comment, but it is indeed a comment, and it is Jermaine, and the Jermaineness of his Jermaineness is Jermaine. Jermaine, I'm sorry, Jermaine, 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 Jermaine. Jermaine, Jermaine. It's because you have the stupid thing and the rules about having Jermaine comments. Jermaine. This is just a petty protest. Jermaine. Am I gonna get suspended for a meeting for my non-Jermaine comment, Bruce? Oh yes, I also forgot. I'm supposed to speak to you individually. Not supposed to, but I'm gonna do it. Jermaine Bruce. Jermaine. Non-Jermaine. Oh, nope, not. Sorry. I apologize for non-Jermaine comment. I meant to say Jermaine. Jermaine. What time is it? It's Jermaine time. God, I'm sorry. I didn't need to do that. Jermaine. Got a minute left of Jermaineness up here. I'm sorry for stopping the orderly flow of this meeting with my non-Jermaine comment. Jermaine. The only reason I'm doing this is because you had that stupid rule. Just to make that clear. Jermaine. Jermaine, Jeff. Jermaine. Jermaine.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address this topic? Seeing no one. Council discussion.
I just want to say thanks to Jeff for doing such a thorough and thoughtful job on getting the best candidate, and for really looking holistically, is kind of a favorite word here, but truly looking holistically at the needs of the department and the needs of the community and who's going to be the best candidate for that. And I just really appreciate that work.
Thank you.
Counselor Weiner and I had the opportunity to be in on some of the formal interviews of the finalists, and I'm very pleased that we've extended this offer, or Jeff, that you've extended the offer to Scott Lyon and that he's accepted. I think he's definitely committed to the job. I think he has a good understanding of what the future of the department could look like, and you highlighted some of those things in your memo about his community-facing focus, as well as identifying some of the challenges ahead. So very excited about this.
I agree with Councilwoman Burgess. I really appreciated being able to participate in those interviews, and Scott Lyon's willingness to, it's probably not the right term, but to think outside of the box, to not necessarily do things in his current department or previous departments simply because they've always been done, but to look for different ways and more effective ways to work both with the city and with the community.
All right. Roll call, please.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 20 is resolution in support of Ukraine. Resolution in support of Ukrainian leaders and people as they defend against Russia's immoral and illegal massive military attack on the sovereign nation of Ukraine. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved. Weiner.
Second, Harmson.
All right. And then we're going to invite council to maybe make an opening comment on this item. Is there a counselor prepared to do that?
Yes, absolutely. I think this is, thank you to fellow members of the council, Councilor Weiner, and staff for helping us put this together. Idea that we discussed a lot, she and I discussed it, and actually Councilor Weiner should get a lot of the credit for coming up with a lot of the text of the resolution. Credit where credit is due, but I think it's important that we acknowledge both our places in the international community and also our solidarity with the people of Ukraine and their democratically elected government. I think that's the intention of this, and to just put something down. So in this case, symbolism I think is very important, and we can symbolically state our alignment with them and their goals of maintaining their democratically elected government.
Would anyone from the public like to address this topic? Welcome.
Hello. I'm just going to preface this with Vladimir Putin is an evil person, and is a completely evil, horrible, immoral, and devastating invasion and illegal devastation of Ukraine, and it's completely unjustified. But I'm just going to push back slightly bit on the language in this resolution is Ukraine does have a serious, they're not led by Nazis, that is correct. They do have a serious Nazi problem. They have a serious nationalist problem. There are problems, and that is not justified. I'm not justifying the invasion at all. I'm just saying, I don't think it's entirely right to completely just, not say that there is the problem there when there is serious problems with Azov Battalion and others are embedded in the Ukrainian military, which is not, and that's not make it a Nazi government. It is, but it's not just some purely innocent government either, and it should not be invaded. I just want to make that clear. So yeah, but I don't know if y'all seen this, but there have been hundreds of videos coming out recently in Ukraine of ethnic minorities in Ukraine being rounded up and by Ukrainians because of the war, these collapse of society, and just of Roma ethnic Russians being tied to poles, publicly mutilated, beaten, tortured. It's really horrible what's happening there. I think it's important to just atrocities are not just on one side either. And it's mostly Russian. Obviously, Russians are committing the most atrocities. They're committing war. They are committing genocide against the people. Yes, it is horrible. And this, I think, I do support this resolution. Mostly, it just just that little bit, just the lack of nuance to it is just my only, I guess, gripe. It's not that much, I just wanted to get that out there on the record. And Zelensky, like, banning opposition parties and declaring martial law and having that's not so great either. That's after the war, like, so that was like a couple days ago. But, like, it's not a really great response. You should, yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your hand. Seeing no one, council discussion.
I'd just like to add that one of the things that I think we all have to be extremely careful of as we watch this war be prosecuted essentially through social media is checking our sources and making sure that anything that we're looking at or anything that is an actual reliable source, because that's one of the greatest dangers that has arisen when you look at how Putin has completely clamped down on media, on free media in Russia, making it extremely difficult for people, for Russians, many of whom probably do not support this war, to find out what is actually happening, and at the same time being great purveyors of propaganda. So that it's a huge challenge to try and make sure that what we are looking at is actually the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sort of a parable for our own world as well.
It's certainly a tool that is being used, is weaponized right, currently. It is another weapon in this war.
And I want to say thanks to the counselors that took some considerable thoughts into creating this. Thank you so much. If nothing else, roll call, please.
Harmson,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 21 is announcement of vacancies previous. Applications must reside in Iowa City and be 18 years of age unless specific qualifications are stated. Community Police Review Board, 1 vacancy to fill a current or former peace officer to fill an unexpired term. Community Police Review Board, 2 vacancies to fill an unexpired term, plus a 4-year term. Public Art Advisory Committee, 1 vacancy to fill for an art design professional to fill an unexpired term. Public Art Advisory Committee, 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Public Art Advisory Committee, 1 vacancy to fill an art design professional to fill an unexpired term. Applications must be received by March 29th, 2022. Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment, 1 vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Airport Zoning Commission, Iowa City Representative, 1 vacancy to fill a 6-year term. Board of Appeals Building Design Professional, 1 vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, East College Street, 1 vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, Jefferson Street, 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Housing and Community Development Commission, 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Housing and Community Development Commission, 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Vacancies will remain open until filled. We are at item number 22, which is City Council information. Any updates? Hearing none?
Yeah, I don't know if other people had a chance to attend the Night of 1,000 Dinners, which was done virtually again this year. I think I saw you on it, Council. UNA USA has done a terrific job of putting this on for a number of years and donating the proceeds to really excellent nonprofits in the area. They always select 3. I'm not going to remember all of them off the top of my head, but I know that Inside Out was one of them. And it's really a worthwhile organization, a worthwhile cause. And I also just wanted to let folks know that we were just in DC for a week. And while I was there, I did several meetings for the city with the offices of our member of Congress and our senators, with the help of Rachel Kilberg, who put together talking points. And one of the things that I made sure to tell them was how useful the ARPA funds have been, and how we as a city are putting them to work. And I say that respectfully, but also mindful that none of our current representatives voted for them. And I thought it was important that they know that these funds are being put to excellent use. And we just discussed tonight one of the uses they're likely to be put toward.
All right, thank you. We're on to item number 23, which is report on items from city staff. Start with our city manager.
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
Our deputy city manager.
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Our city attorney.
Nothing for me, thank you.
City clerk.
No, thank you.
All right. Could I get a motion to adjourn this meeting? We will be going back into work session. But could I get a motion to adjourn item number 24?
So moved. Second?
Moved by Alter, seconded by Burgess. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned back to our work session. And the remaining items there is going to be our information packets. We have 3. So I'll start with March 3rd.
So I had a question on IP2 from March 3rd. The memo from the Planning and Zoning Commission about the House study bill and the Senate study bill that they were concerned could really override our zoning. Is that a bill that's are those bills actually moving forward, or have they died?
Yeah, I'm going to look to Rachel and see if she can provide an update on that. I think you were corresponding on that one recently.
Just on the zoning and building code. So there's been an amendment filed on Division 10, which addresses the building code, which doesn't touch the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing codes, but still would create a statewide building code, prohibit local amendments, and make it a code that's adopted legislatively rather than how it is administratively right now. There was also talk about stripping out that zoning language out of Division 1, which was pretty vague and broad. We haven't seen an amendment that's done that yet, but it sounds like that's a done deal.
Thanks.
I'm glad you brought that up, Councilor Weiner, because when I saw that, and I thought there was some mention in there about our planning and zoning codes, and I thought, this is some type of legislation that we really need to keep on top of. It'd be imperative that we make sure that our lobbyists keep us posted on any things like this.
Yeah, I think it is definitely, there's actually a couple of things in that overarching bill. The zoning is a huge one. The building code, I think, is something that's has all kinds of ramifications that we need to really be pushing back against. Not only can that set us back in terms of our own climate, addressing climate change, because I think the state code is still 10 years behind where Iowa City is, something like that. It's that ballpark, something like that, which would also hurt our ability, efficiency of our homes for things like energy and energy bills and things. If we're not enforcing a more up-to-date environmental code, we're looking at all kinds of long-term ramifications with that. And so that is something too I've also been sort of in touch with some of our delegation about and kind of voicing my concerns and worries. It seems like, at least our Iowa City folks are aware of that and keeping an eye on it, hopefully trying to do what they can to oppose or strip out some of the worst parts of that bill. So
We should I haven't taken a look, but we should take a look online and see who has actually registered as for the bill.
I think the last time I looked, a lot of the cities were undecided yet on this bill, but the information's about a week old, so I haven't looked since I've gotten back from traveling. yeah, that is a good thing to look at, see who's come out for and against, or undecided. I don't know, maybe that's changed. Let's take a look real quick.
All right. If nothing more from March 3rd, we're going to go to March 10th.
On IP4, the civil service announcement of appointments to positions of community outreach assistant, immigration and refugee communities. I want to welcome those individuals that were appointed, and I'm happy to see this and hope it can be a benefit to those in our community who are immigrants and refugees.
Moving on to March 17th.
I
Me again?
appreciated the article that, John, you included about the, where we've been living all this time, I think it was called. So I think that's a helpful frame for some of the discussions we had earlier and that we will have in our strategic planning.
Yeah, that video was probably the most concise video I've seen on this topic, which was, the topic itself, it was included in our strategic plan from 2 years ago. So we'll see what happens at our next strategic plan meeting.
Yeah, if you haven't seen the video, I commend it to you as well.
Yes. On IP7, I wanted to point out and highlight an item Elizabeth mentioned in our UISG report about an evening with Judy Human, who is an internationally renowned disability rights advocate. It's March 30th, 7:30 at Hampshire, and along with that on March 29th is the actual screening of the Crip Camp documentary, which is 6:30 at Film Scene at Chauncey. It's said to be a very inspiring documentary about a summer camp that was developed for teens with disabilities, and a group of those young people then went on to join the Disability Rights Advocate Group and advocating for legislative changes for disabled people. So I hope that everyone can get a chance to go to one or both of those events.
The Hampshire event is free of charge. You just have to sign up.
Is what?
It's free of charge. You just have to sign up.
Nice. I wanted to, IP4 is our pending work session, and I wondered if council would be interested in bringing in the guide link. We haven't, before the year is out, but bringing in the guide link just to get kind of a update since they've been operational. We haven't had them here, and I think since before they actually started receiving individuals.
I'd be very interested.
So we'll add that to the work session, pending.
Happy to do that. I might suggest you consider that for a joint meeting topic. It seems to be that would be a great setting since it was a.
It'd be good for the joint entities.
Yeah, and that'll be coming up.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I think that I would agree that'd be a better space.
We'll pencil that in. Of course, you can add to that list when that time comes, but I think that'd be a good setting for that.
Yeah. Great.
And I've mentioned it in conversation with you, Mayor, and with a couple others, but certainly as I sat out there while staff presented the collation of all the community feedback and then sort of the categorization of how that all would work for the ARPA funds. And it's been a while since I presented it. I know that we're coming up on strategic planning. I also know that we're looking forward to sort of how are we going to disperse the rest of the monies. And so I would love it if staff could present that again, now that Sean and I are both on council, and just as a refresher, so that then we can kind of, and I'm taking a page from John's book about sort of having a better holistic view about sort of the relationship between how we're putting money toward and the ARPA funds towards what our strategic planning is, so that we're not redoubling or being redundant, but also we're being really mindful about how we can sort of best serve the community, both in the short term and longer term. So that's my request, I guess, is if we can get that, a refresher on what staff had to say from the community about ARPA funds and how they should be put.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Great. So we'll put that on there as well. Anything else for March 17th? All right. I'll just open. Yes.
I was looking up that, jumping back one topic, if that's okay. I don't want to. The bill passed out of committee with, it looks like from my quick read, passed out of committee today, so it's still alive. It looks like a lot of the problematic language is still in there. And I'm looking at, I'm looking for Iowa City. Some cities have come out against this bill. It looks like Coralville has. I haven't found Iowa cities yet, like what our lobbyist has done out there. But anyway, so that bill is still alive and kicking. And so I don't know if that's something that we want to maybe discuss, giving some sort of indication. Some cities are still undecided. Cedar Rapids is still undecided. Some different, yeah. So, I mean, it's reading through the list. If we want to give some direction or maybe have a conversation about what we want to do in terms of having our lobbyists take a stand on that bill. And I know that some conversation that we had, Jeff, if you want to kind of chime in a bit there.
Yeah, so understand, just because a group, including the city, may be undecided, that doesn't mean that we're not actively voicing concerns. Our concerns are heard on this item. We've shared those with our delegation, and our lobbyist has been able to communicate that with the appropriate people at the legislature. We've kind of learned that the timing of declaring a position is a bit of a science. Oftentimes, if you take your position too soon, you might be left out of the conversations in order to how to shape legislation going forward. So oftentimes you won't see us register. In a lot of cities, you won't see register until we feel like the negotiations on the bill are over and it's going to move forward, from that point. In this case, we still think that there's a lot of fluidity in the discussions, that there's still a lot of talk about stripping the zoning piece out. The building piece is still being heavily scrutinized. And the advice that we get from our lobbyist is just stay undecided. It allows them to engage a little bit more effectively from their perspective. And then if the time comes where the writing's on the wall and this thing's going to be pushed forward for a vote, that's when we would make a move to declare our position. That said, if you want to, make it known right now what you think about this, you can always direct us to register as opposed, and you can change your registration as it evolves too. But we try to take our cues from the lobby team on what the right timing is on a particular bill.
Thank you.
Anything else from any other info packets? All right, I will give one last opportunity because it is on our work session agenda for any council updates on assigned boards, commissions, and committees. Hearing none, we are adjourned, and good evening. Thanks for coming.